T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and then.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Shake it, it's got me down. I look at people wearing frowns. causing me this pain, and it's still Monday in my brain. It's hard to readjust when you're just coming back. Of all the things you left, you tend to lose track. The relentless flow of life's mainstream swiftly grabs and wakes you out of the dream. There's a dollar sign in front of everything I see, and it still feels like Monday to me. Yeah, yeah. Still feels like Monday. Yeah. Monday in my brain, I can't shake it, it's got me down. I look at people wearing frowns, disturbing news on my TV. Hard to believe what's happening around me. All I can see now is gray skies and rain, and it's still Monday in my brain. Oh, still feels like Monday. Yeah, in my brain. Oh, and I feel the pain. Hey, 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 I can't shake it. I can't take it. I can't take it. No, I can't take it.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and own. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold. Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. That's where we like to fling some poo and eat some crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. I hate the title being what it is today, Options, the Cruel Truth, and I'm going to give you guys a little presentation. It's going to be like a real yawner here for the first part of the morning, especially on the eve of seeing such an amazing and inspiring weekend that we had from all the Swiftie fans and the amazing numbers that have come through on the numbers for the Eras Tour. It has just been absolutely incredible. I sat here this weekend. I retweeted a couple different things that just kind of touched me as I was going through and seeing some of the different interactions that people were having. The general consensus from most people are that they're going to go back and see it multiple times. This apparently is, I mean, it's just getting rave reviews. People are enjoying themselves, having a great time, and maybe if you saw one of my posts, there was one in there that I posted up there. There's this dude who's singing in the background. He's a little off key, and I'm sitting there going, man, sing a song, make it a good song, and you know what? Just enjoy life. And it doesn't matter whether or not you're good or you're bad. Just sing. And so it's just kind of like one of those things where I'm sitting there listening. And I'm going like, these are people who are truly having a great time. And that's important. I think that's probably one of the most important things. And I think that people are seeing that it's fun to be able to go out and see movies and be a part of community and just enjoying something together. Been really crazy. Like I almost feel like some of the videos that I've been seeing, it's almost as if they need to kind of like have the ability to be able to change the movie theater in a way so that it can be a concert dance floor, because really honestly that's what it seemed like a lot of people wanted to do, was just congregate in the middle someplace where they could all just dance to the music, and they were just having a great time. Was it Danny? I don't know who it was. I have no idea who it was. It doesn't really matter to me. I just enjoyed it, and I thought it was really cool. So there's been some really cool stuff happening though. Jen Stevens says headlines are extraordinary. Taylor Swift dominates, unprecedented, record-breaking, good stuff. I know everything that's been out there has been saying just massively good things about what's happening. I'm really kind of I'm expecting to see a red day today in the market. Overall, I was expecting to see a little bit of a down day on AMC as well. That's how I was kind of looking at things yesterday. As it stands right now, and we'll go over the numbers here in just a minute, but the VIX is showing futures of 1990, which is or 1933, which is a little bit lower than what it was for closing. Actually, no, that's about a point higher. So VIX is looking like it's going to open up about where it was at from before, which doesn't really kind of give like any kind of indicators which way the market's going to be heading. I know with a lot of turmoil it's happening around the world. There's been a lot of fleeing of markets. I think money are leaving different markets around the world, and we saw a little bit of a pump last night on different cryptocurrencies as a result. I'll take you over to the other screen here for Bitcoin for just a second. If I can, I'll just show you guys. We saw the consolidation period that's been happening here on Bitcoin take a sudden jump upwards. It's retraced back a little bit overnight, not a whole lot, but it did certainly jump up, not breaking the 28.7 number that it needs to break in order to see more momentum upwards. So I'm still not convinced that this is going to be heading up further. In fact, if anything, I think this period of time right here is going to end up looking very similar to this back in over here, where it's just a quick jump up and then it'll slowly work its way down here. But yeah, it's crazy stuff going on around the world, and but I'm telling you, this weekend was just so much fun seeing all the Swifties. But I need to do the presentation. I need to go over numbers. Numbers kind of first. I think I can probably do the presentation pretty quickly. Actually, you know what? Let's do the presentation first. Let's get it over with. Pain first. Pain then pleasure. So I'm gonna give you guys this presentation here called "Options: The Cruel Truth," and just kind of give you guys an idea as to, because this is something I've been wanting to kind of talk about, and it's also something that I think you guys have wanted to hear. This starts off a little bit boring. Bear with me. I'm going to try and see. There's one page I'm probably going to just kind of skip over on this presentation for you guys, just because I feel like it's kind of one of those things where it's like it's duplicate information. It's not really value added in any way, what shape or form. I do have a different sections in here where I'm going to be able to stop and take questions from you guys after each slide. So I just changed my screen setup here just a little bit so I can see what it is you guys are saying. When I am going over a particular slide, hold the comment until I ask for questions, or try to put it in as it seems like I'm coming to the end of the slide. That way I can wait for your questions, see if there's any questions. But I'll try to stop after each slide and see if there's any specific questions that are asked. So options, the cruel truth. I am not an expert. This is not financial advice. This is simply just an observation by me so that you understand what is happening. Then I'm going to start this off with an unknown quote. When you think you're winning at the expense of others, you're actually losing the most important game of all, your integrity. Actually, let's start with the first slide. Starting with the first slide. Option contracts always have a winner and a loser. The writer of a contract always starts off as the winner as they collect the premium that's paid to buy the contract. Contract writing wins immediately. This money can be used to influence price of the underlying asset, and it doesn't have to be used, but it can be used. So it's a method of being able to collect profit on a position that a contract holder may hold or may not hold, and utilize that money in ways to be able to manipulate the underlying asset. So please remember that. That's kind of really important. It's probably one of the most key important things out of remembering everything it is that I'm about to talk to you about right now. Buying the call option and its implications. It's gambling. It's really kind of speculating that the price on the underlying asset will go up, which is bullish. It obligates an option contract writer to sell shares to the buyer of the underlying asset if exercised. If price moves up, the theta gamma theta and gamma favors the option buyer. Contracts may be sold for a gain. Selling to close a call contract for gains is a bearish position and requires a market participant to buy that contract, which means there can be situations to where you may have a contract that may be in the money, but if you don't have a buyer, a market participant who's willing to buy that contract, you may not be able to sell it to close. So it's not always a guaranteed thing that you're going to make money. You have to have a participant on the other side of buying that contract. Call option contracts hurt the writer when they are sold for a profit or exercised. forcing writers to sell shares to the contract buyer at the strike price agreed upon. Additionally, if shares are not owned by the contract writer, aka naked, shares must be purchased at market value, or when margin requirements are not being maintained by the writers. So those are the two, like it's either when it's sold for profit or when it's exercised. Those are kind of the main times where it might hurt a writer of a contract. You may think that you're screwing the hedgies by collecting gains on call option contracts, but are you really? Do you know who's writing your contracts or how they may have leveraged against the position? You don't know. Whenever you buy that contract, you don't know who's on the other side of that contract. It could actually be somebody on retail. Somebody in retail could be writing that contract, and that's who it is that you're screwing over. It could be a long institution. You don't know who's on the other side of that contract, so you don't know who is the loser on the winners on the opposite side of that contract. The put options, this is the page where I'm going to kind of almost just skip over this and really just kind of lead you down to the bottom side, because the put option is exactly the opposite. Everything that I just told you is the exact same opposite. When you buy, when you're buying a put option, it's gambling. I mean, fine, whatever. It's speculating that the price on the underlying asset will go down. It's bearish, right? And then when you sell it, it's bullish. When you sell that contract, it's a bullish position. Some may suggest that selling to close for profit is a win for retail. But if the overall value of the underlying asset is now lower, is it truly a win? That's something that you need to ask yourself. You know, you may buy a put contract and you may, which is a bearish action, when the price is then lower and you sell and it's a bullish move. What is that really truly saying about the asset though, than now that the price is lower? And to add to that, how is the profit that you're getting from buying that put being utilized? If it's being taken out of the market and it's not entering back into the market in any kind of fashion for that asset, the underlying asset, it does nothing. So you've lost value of the underlying asset. The total asset's lost value, and the money is being taken out of the market, or it's not. But how is that profit being utilized is a big factor in whether or not you're helping to for there to be a higher value of the underlying asset. I want to give you some current stats before we explore the writing contracts. And this is, I'm trying to keep all this is, you're going to find that a lot of everything that I'm saying is very basic stuff here. Some of you may already know a lot of this, and that's fine. But I want you to understand that this all boils down to one very easy concept. And so I don't want to get, there's a lot of things that I can say to you and tell you about a lot of different financial tools that can be used in options that I'm not going to be talking about, because I would have to imply that certain things are happening that would be illegal. I think we have all been here long enough to I realize that illegal actions are happening in the market, and they're simply written off as being part of cost of doing business. So I can't talk about that without implying that there's somebody doing illegal activities. So I'm going to keep that out of this and just note that there is situations that can occur. I'm just going to keep this nice and simple. Some of the stats before exploring writing contracts. As of 10/13, this last Friday, institutions own 11.22% of the float, or for a total of about 22.26 million shares. Do note that at the end of each one of these, if I've got a stat in here, I do put in the who the information came from. Now, I know Webull is not exactly one of the best institutions to be able to be collecting this information from, but it's probably one of the more current sources for information, as a lot of other institutions are not reporting accurate numbers at this point in time. So that's the closest one I can find. I guarantee you that those numbers are probably a little bit off, but I'm willing to accept that's, you know, this is the best I can get you. 22.44 million shares are currently being loaned, with an estimate of 16.1 million of that being in short interest. Now, remember, this is just an estimate. This is not exactly what's the best I can do in regards to getting you the total amount of reported short interest is always going to be delayed. So right now, as of Friday, it was 16.1 million estimated. Utilization is only being reported at 47.05% by institutions, or about 10.47 million of their shares, which means there's either a lack of accurate reporting by institutions, which a lot of people seem to think that's the case. However, I don't agree. And the reason for that is it wouldn't benefit anybody to misreport how much they're lending, because if they did, they couldn't raise the rates, right? So and raising rates means more revenue. So it doesn't do an institution a favor who's long and wants to be able to make more money. Any justice for their bottom end when they simply can show that they have a lot more shares available to be borrowed than what's actually being borrowed. It's disadvantageous to them to do so. So what's the other side to this? What's the other side mean? Well, the other side of that is that retail's loaning a bunch of shares. Right, that's more than likely the case. There's a lot of people out there who don't know that there's a bunch of people who have shares in margin accounts or accounts by brokers who they just absolutely just don't know what's happening with their shares or if they're being loaned, and they don't even care. They don't look. It's not a problem for them. There are people out there who do care and have their account changed to where it's lending shares again. We've had that happen plenty of times. So this is more likely the issue than it is that institutions are not reporting correctly. You'll see below that the most option contracts are likely written naked unless retail is responsible for the contracts being written, which is highly unlikely. I do not expect that a massive amount of retail is out there writing contracts. I just refuse to believe that's the case. A lot of people don't understand what that is, how to do it, or it's a very advanced thing that I think that a lot of people just don't do. So that means that most of the contracts that you see that are being created are naked contracts, simply because of the fact that you can tell that institutions just don't have a whole lot of their shares being loaned out compared to what's actually out there. There's approximately 55.38 million shares in outstanding call contracts, 41.83 million shares in put contracts, for a combined total of 97.21 million contracts in the options chain. I want you to realize that's a lot of shares. That's about half. Half of all the outstanding shares and contracts are out there, which means that they're naked. Naked contracts that are being created, meaning that somebody doesn't own positions and they're creating contracts anyways. They're writing a naked contract. It's a standard practice. Obligation amounts do not match currently held share positions by long institutions at a 4.36 to 1 ratio, meaning they only have loaned out 10.47 million of their shares. And they only have a total of about 22 million shares, but 97.21 million in contracts that are outstanding. 4.36 to 1 ratio. So, is there any questions so far? I don't see anything popping up over on the side over here. If you guys have any questions at any point, let me know. So who stands to benefit the most from option contracts expiring worthless? And the answer is contract writers. Remember, they started off winning right off the get-go with collecting premiums, money that can be used to influence the price of the underlying asset. So if they stand to make money right off the get-go and they're currently winning right off the get-go with a contract that's being made naked, they're winning right off the bat. Right off the bat. They don't even have to hold a position, and they're winning right off the bat. Writing the call put option naked, and I'm only going to be talking about naked options at this point right now because you can see that there's a very large amount. 4.36 to 1 ratio. What exactly is short interest, right? What is that? Think about that as I'm talking about this. Naked call put options are exposed to unlimited losses if the price of the underlying asset changes significantly, either direction. Margins must be maintained in case of potential losses and ties up capital, and it obligates the option contract writer to buy shares to sell to contract holders if the contract is exercised. Are you exercising your contracts or are you selling to close? If you're selling to close, you're simply collecting a paycheck and you're not causing any pressure by anyone to do anything else other than handing you money. So what exactly is short interest? Here's the answer. The act of borrowing a share to sell into the market in expectation that the shares will be able to be bought at a lower price in the future to return to the lender. We had about a week last week where we saw a price movement upwards. Pretty nice price movement. And there's a couple of 5-6% days in a row. How many people out there were going out and buying call contracts? Instantly, that money was going into the pockets of the writers of the call contracts, and they were able to borrow shares instantly to sell those shares into the marketplace to be able to buy those shares back later at a lower price. Access to consistent funds is the true cruel truth in all of this. Writing contracts gives institutions access to immediate funds to invest as they see fit, considering the following basic scenario. This is very, very basic. LMNOP writes contracts and uses premiums to borrow shares known as short interest. Sells the shares into the market, creating selling pressure, driving the underlying asset price down. This reduces the risk on call contracts LMNOP previously wrote that are now closed by the contract holders due to high risk of further losses as price drops. LMNOP buys shares back at a lower market price, buying pressure, driving the underlying asset price up. This reduces the risk put on the contracts LMNOP previously wrote that are now closed by the contract holders due to the high risk of further losses as price increases. They're screwing both sides, the calls and the puts. They're manipulating price by taking the front running of the money. I'm not supposed to say that. They could be doing that. Adding to the pressure of the contract holders, LMNOP can buy and sell during extended hours of trading, leaving many option contract holders hostage to their position. Remember, they can manipulate price throughout the day in hours where option contracts cannot be traded. That's where people get screwed the most. This is probably the most basic scenario I can present, but when you factor in other concepts like the usage of off-exchange trades, credit swaps, tokenized security swaps, and a vast plethora of other financial products that help companies like LMNOP, it becomes clear why financing their positions via premiums does not help long shareholders. It doesn't help. It's simply somebody who's trying to gain an advantage early to become a winner over others early. That's it. In closing, I want you to remember the following things. Remember that financial institutions are responsible for driving price movement, not retail. We don't move the price. If you think we're moving the price, Friday should have been an absolutely clear representation to you that we do not move the price. If your desire is to see institutions forced into buying shares, then exercising of positions is more instrumental than selling to close. As we all saw last week, if price is easily manipulated to cause the greatest number of contracts to fall out of the money, then was the attempt to make profit worth funding institutions who will attempt to manipulate the price? Both buying and writing option contracts has consequences, but it takes a buyer to create a position. If you are going to take the position and they're going to write it naked, they are winning off the bat. They have nothing. They are getting something from you for nothing, and you now have the risk. And they have the money. And they get to use that money how they see fit. The cruel truth is that Vegas didn't become Vegas through losing money to players of the games. We made Vegas what it is through our desire to win rigged games. This is a financial tool, guys. It's a financial tool created by institutions for the institutions. It was not meant for you to win. It was never meant for that. It was meant for you to speculate that you could, giving you a perceived thought that there was a chance that you could be a winner, when right off the bat you start off as a loser. But there's going to be people out there who tell me, oh, but Casey, but you could just start writing contracts. Oh, I know I could. I could write contracts. You're absolutely right, I could. I'm not going to put my shares into a margin account so that I can risk my shares. I'm not going to have a margin account and risk having a naked position. There's a difference between options contracts and buying a stock. And that goes right back to this part right here. Speculating on price versus speculating on a company. Holding a long position is speculating on a company. Buying put or call options is speculating on price. That's gambling. You're just gambling. Some people are going to say that speculating on a company is gambling too. I'll give you that. But I'm gambling on a hard asset, right? You're just gambling on something that's being manipulated by institutions who run the game. So you tell me what's better. That's what it is, guys. That's all I got for you. If there's any questions, when I do the presentation later this morning, I will go into the back of the Big Tramp and then have it so that people can talk back there. Hold on a second. Why is this not working? Oh, there we go. So, there's obviously going to be a lot more people who are probably watching then, and I'll let people comment as I'm talking. If you guys have any questions now, I was kind of trying to watch the side a little bit. I didn't see any major questions come through here. Casey, I hope you post this on X, as many people will appreciate your research and education. Hodor, so that's a great question. Who would buy that contract in a situation like that? There's plenty of reasons why somebody may have bought that contract. It could have been because it was desirable at the strike price at which you had the position. It's hard for me to say, right? I'd have to sit down and I'd have to look at the events that were occurring at the time, where price was at, whether or not somebody felt that the price was still able to continue to move up further. There's plenty of reasons why that's a possibility. Why somebody would have purchased that contract without me actually being in that moment and seeing it happen live. There would be no way for me to be able to identify after the fact why things happened the way they did. I'd need to know information, right? And so it'd be like me going through a criminal investigation and trying to figure out, okay, what was happening to price at that moment in time, when you sold, like what were other contracts prices going for in relationship to what you had. There's a lot of different things you could look at, but I can't answer it now after the fact. It's nearly impossible for me to say, but I'm sure there was a good reason why somebody would have purchased that position. Perhaps maybe even the writer of the contract wanted to purchase the contract to close it out so that nobody would exercise. If you think about that for a second, because this is probably one of the biggest things that could possibly happen. Think about this. If you had, and I'm just going to make up a scenario here, but let's say you bought 10 contracts and you ended up selling to close 7 of those contracts, but exercised 3 of them. Maybe that financial institution who wrote the contract originally said, holy crap, we can't have that. I don't want to go out and buy 300 shares because I'll get wrecked if I do. And, because that's going to cause more buying pressure to the position. So I'd rather just buy this back, write them a check and be done with it. That's a total possibility. And that keeps the contract, that closes the contract out and would keep the contract off the market. There's lots of reasons why that could be the case, but I can't, I can't give you specifics without knowing at that point in time what was happening. Twisty says, if options are exercised on call or puts, both get shares. Would institutions be more inclined to sell contracts or exercise? It could be a mix. If an institution was buying the contracts, if they needed the shares really, really badly, we've actually been seeing this quite often lately, where I think what you're saying is correct. They do need shares, and so they're buying in the money puts, and so they're willing to pay the premium for those shares. They need the shares so bad, but they don't want to see, because remember, the contract itself doesn't manipulate the price. So if they need shares really, really bad, they can just pay somebody for those shares. So they can buy an in the money put, pay that premium to somebody, and then simply collect and exercise some of those positions to receive shares. Or the same thing could be said about the call side as well. They could buy in the money calls. I think we see it more often with in the money puts than we do with in the money calls, but it works either way. And if they need shares, they could certainly do that. Absolutely, you're welcome. All right, guys. I know that was usually I got to get like one time of doing a presentation through before I get a little bit more comfortable and in my skin of doing the presentation. So I appreciate you sitting through the guinea pig version of that presentation. I will do it again later today, just after market open. So if you want to see the better presentation, I usually do a better job the second time around. I will do it a little bit after market opens, but let's go over the numbers now because it is time to do that. Let me take you guys over the other page here. I already cleaned my glasses. I'm ready to go. Holy moly. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the page again. We had some really interesting stuff happen with price predictions. I had 963 to 1263. Apex had 951 to 1251, and TB had 970 to 1270. All three of us got 0 points because we missed completely. We airballed it. Apex the worst because he missed it by a penny. He would have been the winner for the week had it not been for the fact that he just didn't even get a point at all. Eric, on the other hand, had 9 to 12, and so he was the only one to receive a point. He was the winner for the day in keeping us from being big losers across the board. So I got to give Eric his point. And so now we come down to a dilemma where typically it's whoever has the closest price prediction that ends up being the winner here, and that would be Eric in this particular case because he had the lowest price prediction. So I got to give him the extra bonus point. It's not really a dilemma. It's more or less me having to give 2 points to the guy who, the only guy who got a point for having the right price prediction for the day. So Eric pulling it. I've actually done this once before. Had a win from coming back from behind by being down. I think I was actually down 2 points. But Eric pulling off the win. The crazy win there. Congratulations to him and his price prediction. That was crazy. I thought I had it in the bag. Not the case. SSR trigger price for the day today. Let's see here. We have $8.55. Let me see real quick here what short exempt volume was. 640. Now remember, guys, anytime SSR is tripped, you're going to see an excess amount of short exempt volume that occurs. In this particular case, it generated 640,000 shares in short exempt volume, which is pretty significantly large. Day-over-day price increase, we had a decrease of 13.64%. And utilization, I ran utilization earlier this morning, but I'm going to run it again here. It looks like it was 44.28%, which is a little bit of a drop. 44.28. Max Payne. I know it's not showing up real well on the page right now because They've changed things up again on me on the page. Hold on, let me go over to Max Payne and check it out and see what it's doing. Let me refresh it real quick. I think it's $9. Oh, it's $8. No, I'm not going to adjust it. It's showing up better now. Max Payne is $8 for this week. We're sitting at $9.50 right now. Well, $9.45. Off exchange numbers for the end of Friday. Remember, whenever SSR is tripped, off exchange isn't as heavily utilized. There's no need to utilize off exchanges when you have a force field like SSR being tripped, and the ability to be able to create short exempt volume. But we had 58.36% going through off exchange, and EDGX at 7.5 for grand total 65.86%, which is 1.86% higher than I would expect it to be by the close of the day. So we still had huge amounts of off exchange. I shouldn't say huge. Considering the fact that SSR was being tripped, we had huge amounts of volume going through those exchanges to suppress price, right? Like not a whole lot of price discovery occurring due to the fact that there was a combination of short exempt volume and off exchange exchanges being used to be able to change price, which is what we ended up seeing happen by quite a bit. Taking a look at what's next here. Institutional ownership. As of Friday, it was 150.915 million shares having been being owned. It's now 152.15. It's definitely an increase. And options. For this week, wow, there's a lot. I don't even know where to start here. Highest amount of call options in open interest is at a $9 strike. That's actually a couple bucks less. It was $12 by the end of last week. It's $9 now, with 13.9 thousand contracts. Do note there is a lot of call volume moving down on the dollar. A lot of looking at the call contracts at $9, you got 13,000 contracts, but you only have 5,000 contracts at 9.5, 12.7 thousand contracts at 10, 6,000, almost 7,000 contracts at 10.5. 11.7 at 11. I mean, every time it steps down $1, there's almost double the amount of call contracts right up until about $12, and that's where it stops at. So a lot of dollar increments in call contract options in open interest sitting there. Looking at puts, the highest amount of put volume in open interest is also at a $9 strike. There's currently, which is where we were at last week when we ended the week, we have 14.4 thousand contracts at a $9 strike. There is a close runner-up at 5. Quite a big runner-up at 5. And also, the same kind of example happening with the put contracts. A lot of volume at the even dollar amounts, and not as much in the $half amount of strike prices. Very interesting looking numbers this morning. And then we got our lottery ticket winners down here. At $28 strike, we have 31.8 thousand contracts. Remember, this is all money that just goes straight into their pockets. Premium. People buying 30. There's 31.8 thousand contracts at $28. A lot of people trying to get rich quick playing the lottery. All that's doing is helping to finance institutions with money in their pockets to be able to do what they want to do with that money right off the get-go. All right, moving on. I'm gonna give you guys a little bit of music, and then I'm gonna take you guys over to the other page, and we'll cover the rest of the data. All right. Starting with short share interest of the free float, sitting at 7.61%. Let's take a look at our utilization here. Day over day, our utilization dropped from 47.05 to 44.28. There's a couple different reasons why that might be the case. As if on loan amount went up. Hold on a second. This music is so loud. I can't talk. In my headphone, I know it's not loud for you guys, but in my headphones, it's like blaring. All right, there we go. It's a little bit better. All right, let's let it finish. Holy smokes, this music's never taken this long to end. End it, damn it. Holy crap, there's still like 27 seconds left. What the hell? Alright, I guess I always just talk through this. Alrighty, utilization dropping from 47.05% to 44.28. Essentially, there's a couple different reasons why that would drop. One is if on loan amount is dipping as well, then that will obviously drop. And on loan amount did dip day over day. Another reason why this might drop, for example, like we could see maybe something happening to on loan amount, but see utilization dipping down. If institutions suddenly own more shares than what they had previously reported, that would also cause utilization to drop. That'd be another reason why. But in this particular case, utilization dropping from 47.05 to 44.28 does initially appear to be due to the fact that the amount of shares on loan went from 22.44 million to 21.32. So we're looking at approximately 1.12 million shares having been returned. Let me just write that down. That's obviously going to lower our estimated short share interest of the free float, and it dipped from 7.84 to 7.61, so we're looking at 0.13. Which means that roughly, Ortex is estimating that of that 1.12 million shares returned, 257,000 of that was likely short interest that was closed out. On loan average age per day. Let's see. With shares being returned, we'll find out if these were older or newer positions that were being returned. Since this did dip slightly, it went from 14.57 to 14.12. I would suggest that these may have been older. There could have been a vast range of older to, I would suggest more mid to older ranged positions that were closed out. Security lending volume slightly increasing day over day from 2.68 million to 6.5 million. And I zoomed in on this just a little bit more so you could see the on-loan average age per day dip as well. MMRI. When we finished out the week last week, it looks like 306.48 is what I have written on my board, or at least it looks like that's what I have written on my board. It is now 310.59. Hold on a second. I gotta rewrite this real quick here. All right. And let's see here. How's our market futures looking right now? VIX is now showing down 0.397 or an opening around 1913 on the VIX, which is down by about 0.5%, which means the market should be heading up. And it looks like we are up anywhere from 0.22 to 0.87 on some of the markets right now, futures. So we are seeing some positive momentum in the markets as of this moment. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers from Friday, I'm only looking for AMC and GME on this list. AMC is sitting right here with a 67.01% buy to 32.99% sell ratio. And GME did not make the list, likely due to low volume. And SSR is on for the day today after having triggered as of Friday. So it does trigger again today at $8.55. Shares available to borrow is sitting at 2.6 million shares, but it looks like earlier this morning they did borrow about 1.1 million shares and then returned some of those. The ETFs have been borrowed out as well. Fees are currently sitting at 0.8%. Let me write down. Last week we saw about 3.3 million shares borrowed on the final day. We're sitting at about 1.1 now. Currently, there's 142.4 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 33.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. 99.4 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 15.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. Getting our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume real quick. Let's take a look at it real fast just so I can get an idea as to what kind of volume we'll see today. I'm going to go 20 to 40 million on volume prediction for the day. We have 159,000 shares. Our pokey stick of volume was 141, which is meaning that we only had about 18,000 shares in volume for the day before the pokey stick, which is actually kind of indicating that that they might have some really low volume. Lately, the pokey stick has not been very reliable on giving or helping define what kind of volume we would have for the day today, but. I'm going to go ahead and say 20 to 40 million. Give me 1 second here real fast. I want to look at something real fast. I know TB came in earlier this morning. He's going 825 to 1125. I didn't write his numbers down, so I'm doing it now. 825 to 1125, and then he had volume predictions of 17 million to 13 million, or 37 million, I mean. All right, moving on. Big bank movers this morning. I'm only going to read off anything plus or minus 2.5% or greater for the day. And usually in pre-market, we don't see numbers that are that large in a move. However, there are some banks right now that are getting very, very close to getting a shout out in the positive direction. Ethereum Classic is up 1.66%. DXY, or the US dollar, is showing down 0.2, and the pre-market oil is up 0.24, and the SPY is up this morning at 0.35% for the day so far in the pre-market. Definitely showing a bump up. Tesla opening up down this morning and trending slightly down. Is down 1.09% in the pre-market. Amazon is up 0.41 and trending up since pre-market opened. Cinemark is breaking even with about 63 shares traded this so far this morning and consolidating. Doge is up 0.86 and trending up. Bitcoin is up 2.03 and currently trending up, but I think that trend's going to get broken here soon. GME is up 0.4 in the pre-market and trending up. HYMC is down 2.08 and I want to call it consolidating, but it's hard to say. I mean, it's all over the place right now. I don't think it's really breaking any trends, so I'm going to call it consolidation. NCMI is up 0.52, and let's see, it's traded, one share so far this morning, so it's hard to say, but it is down for opening. Hood is up 0.22 and consolidating, and AMC is down 0.63 and on a very small trend down right now. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have for last Friday, we had approximately $1.4 million more inflow than outflow. 160,000 shares traded so far this morning. 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.76, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 32.26, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 35.68, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, slightly more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46.49, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour chart for Ichimoto, lagging line crossed over the price line. We did break through the conversion and base lines and then proceeded to travel down below the green cloud. We have more. The conversion line is below baseline, and price is now consolidating a little bit around $9.40. We do have red cloud forming in the near futures. It would be possible for price to start climbing back up towards that, leading towards the end of the day today for a potential breakout of the thinning portion of the red cloud, which is pretty thick already. The thinnest portion of this cloud has happened pretty quickly as price moved down pretty quickly. Do note that TTM squeeze is suggesting that, and as well as Vortex Indicator and RSI are all really looking for a reversal at this point, and not really suggesting that there's more potential downwards. But in order to turn this into a buy signal for today, price would have to launch back above the cloud. So the push point would be somewhere around like $10. We would need to see something over $10.85 to get that big push. That more than likely would, and actually that's not even enough. That's not enough to even get the push, because lagging line has to get over price line in order for this to become a big buy signal for the day today, which means it's got to get up and above 11.11. And even that might not be enough because conversion would need to cross base, but I think 11.11 would do it. So I'm going to just write down $11.10 as the buy signal on the 1-hour chart. On a 4-hour chart, lagging line is pretty much touched price line, and we've seen price now drop through the conversion and the baseline. The next thing that would likely occur is to see price dropping through the green cloud, which, if that were to happen today, would put us around the $8.30 range, which would trigger SSR again for another day and another two. That would be triggering RSI 2 days in a row now. Let's see what TTM Squeeze is saying. TTM Squeeze is saying that there's more potential for this to continue down further. RSI is saying that there is potential for that as well as vortex indicators. So the 4-hour and the 1-hour charts are in a little bit of disagreement right now. We're going to be at the mercy of probably the rest of the market and what the rest of the market's going to be doing. So if we see continued trends down in the market for the day-to-day, there's a very good chance we move down with it. If not, we could start to see the reversal on the 4-hour charts. Remember, the 1-hour chart would lead the 4-hour chart. So if the 1-hour chart is suggesting that there's less potential to see downwards momentum, then the 4-hour chart just might be lagging and showing a reversal in here. But it is very unusual to see price not dropping down through a green cloud after having shown a bit of a sell-off signal. In order to keep this, in order to turn this into a buy signal again, price would have to, do note the conversion is still above base. That's a good thing. Price would have to rapidly drive back up and probably close out the day above 1010. That should give us some bullish momentum going into tomorrow if we can see a 1010 close. And with that, that's all I got for you guys. I'm going to head back. Should I head back over? Nobody's in the back of the Big Tramp. I don't see any need to go back over there just yet. It's a little too early in the morning. Maybe I'll go back over there a little bit later. Charlie says, good morning, Casey and Cree. Our daughter and her husband took the granddaughter, friends, and my wife, grandma, to AMC Swift concert Saturday night. Sounds like it was a big success. I'm telling you, man, some of the stuff that I saw over this weekend in regards to, like, you know, people who were participating in it, who wouldn't perhaps maybe normally participate it, said that they had an absolute blast and that they're wanting to go again. So my hat's off to the Swiftie fans for really turning that concert going experience into a great experience for everybody who attended, because it sounds like it was very, very awesome. Andrew, I loved your post, man. I think I just reposted it. I don't know if I commented on it or not, but I absolutely loved your post. I thought that was so cool. I gotta share it. I gotta share it. Hold on. Let's see here. I gotta find my Twitter here. I'm gonna share it with you guys. Let's get this. Andrew said, just got back, emotional. My son is on the spectrum with sensory issues. He made this bracelet after the show. He said, Dad, thanks so much. I would never be able to sit with you. I think he meant with you at a concert with that many people. I love you. Bless you. To Adam Aaron and Taylor Swift. And that is so cool, man. I'm glad he had a great time. That is awesome. So cool. I like seeing people have a good time. Manjit, good morning. Yeah, I had so much fun looking at like all the comments from individuals over this weekend. It was so, I guess, uplifting in a time where there's like so much crap going on. It was way more uplifting to watch all those posts than it was to have to listen to what was going on in the rest of the world. CPE, good morning to you. Chris says, Casey, how come you liked Andrew's post but told me F you? All right, hold on. Oh man. All right, hold on. I gotta go down here. Let's see. Oh yeah, here we go. Point Break Thor says, UPS guy, I think Casey is a closeted Swiftie. And I and I said, don't be afraid to join me in the closet, Chris. Just be open about it. It's okay. But what I really said, he was sitting in the back of the Big Tramp at the time, and I was like, F you, man. I saw this tweet by him to UPS guy. I was like, F you, man. I'm no closeted Swiftie. But I really like this video right here. This video is really cool. Look at all those people just having a great time. That's so cool. Nelson, hi. Good morning. Mr. E, good morning. Hey, how do you think the SEC ruling on the new short rule will affect AMC? I don't know. I really don't. I don't know. I mean, I'm not even sure how to speculate how that's going to hurt us or help us. I don't know. I shouldn't have said hurt, because I mean most people are expecting to see something positive out of this. With the reporting of the short positions. Let's see what happens. I'm not sure. Jabib says, when do we find out about Saturday and Sunday numbers? I'm really kind of waiting to see Adam Aaron's post. One of the things I think that a lot of people have mentioned, and I think is true, is that I don't think AMC has released the numbers yet. And if you go to like things like Box Office Mojo or something like that, they're literally just taking the numbers that were being posted the previous week and applying that to what's been reported so far. And it doesn't seem like it seems to me like they're holding back on posting those numbers up just yet. But Andrew says it should be today. I would imagine that it will be today. I don't know. Let me check and see. I mean, I'm supposed to get notification when Adam Aaron posts, but I don't normally get them. And it looks like right now that the last post he had was October 14th. So nothing new yet, but I'm sure we'll get something later today. No, that doesn't necessarily mean that, Nana. We could see max pain increase. If price were to move up in the market, we could see max pain. So I didn't share this with you guys. Let me pull it up on the screen real quick. I kind of wanted to talk about this, but I didn't really want to talk about this. But If you go to historic, you can go to pythonanywhere.com. You can look at what it is that they've got in here for historical max pain versus previous close, and they give you about 6 months worth of data that you can look at. And what I would suggest to you is that there's been several times in the past where AMC price has, and it's not showing up on here exactly, except for this most current time, where price will usually trend higher or lower, and then meet back up with max pain at some point, right? In this particular case, what happened this last week is you saw max pain start off at 8, and you saw max pain started to increase throughout the week until it got to $9, and price came down to meet up with it by Friday. When you look at this information here, we went back and we're kind of like looking at different periods of time here and seeing what happened with max pain. When I say we, I was in the back of the big tramp looking at this with individuals. There's price movements that can occur that cause max pain to do something unusual, like trending up. Like if you go back to, and we could do this, we could practice this together and take a look at it. If you go back to 5/12 of this year, you can see max pain started off at $6. Then by 5/15, notice the date difference. It's over a weekend because it goes from 5/12 and skips up to 5/15, which means you had a weekend in there. Something happened on this Friday right here that would have caused max pain to report higher for the next week. But you'll notice that price never actually went up, never came up to meet max pain. And so max pain slowly came down to meet back up with price movement. So something happened in this time frame in here that would have caused investors to believe that price was going to start moving up, and it didn't. Well, we had the exact opposite happen this time, where price actually started moving up, and max pain started coming up to meet up with it. You can pull this information on any company that you want to. One of the couple ones that I did pull up, I pulled up like Amazon or Cinemark. You can pull up any one of these tickers and you can search this information. It's under the, I believe it's under the options tab when you do look at it. Amazon's got some unique instances in here. This is one of the ones that I think we looked at as well, where the market thought that price was going to move down on Amazon, and you can see that the final price never, I mean, it did start to kind of trend down slightly, but it never actually moved down. A lot of positions were created suggesting that max pain was going to move there, and then you can see ultimately max pain came back up to meet it, and price never actually came down to that point. These anomalies that you see here, these spreads between max pain and actual price movement, is more than likely probably investors, retail investors, if I had to guess, who are guessing, because this is, note the date here on this when it changes again, 6/9 to 6/12. It's after a weekend. Something happened the previous Friday on 6/9 or thereabouts that caused people to, something very close to 6/9 caused investors to believe that price was going to start moving down. And this is where I went back to Amazon. I said, okay, well, what happened on 6/9 specifically that caused investors to think, or somewhere around 6/9 that caused investors to think that price was going to move in a specific direction or another, that and you know, you had a bunch of people who jumped in on this. So we'll go back to 6/9, which is right here. So what you can see have happened is that on 6/7, or 2 days before, price suddenly started dipping quite a bit. It went from somewhere right around 126 a share down to 120. So it dropped down 6 points. So a lot of people probably started buying puts going in that had strikes that ended the next following week, right? They started buying a bunch of puts for the following week, and then lo and behold, As they started buying those puts, what did the market do? Ran the price the other direction, and their options by the next week expired worthless because price was right back to where it was before that initial dip. So this all leads back into the idea that of what I'm telling you here is that you're investing, and anybody who's playing in options, they're investing in price. They're not investing in the company. And so they're guesstimating, or they're thinking something's going to specifically happen to price, and that investment is lost because nothing ended up happening because the market moved the price back to where it was previously. And as you can see, the previous close numbers don't really change a whole lot, as there was a bunch of investors who what's the word I want to use here? Investors who speculated the price was going to move down, or continue to move down, or stay down. One of the, who knows? But you can pull this up on any company if you guys want to, and I think this. I mean, you can pull this up on anything. You can pull it up on Cinemark, right? Here's an interesting one. Cinemark is a company who's a direct competitor to AMC, and it's almost entirely financially owned by institutions. I mean, they're reporting that they own more, the entire float and then some. And look at the look at the difference in price movement versus Max Payne on this. It's still, if you look at the spread between some of these, they're a little bit further apart. But for the most part, though, price is pretty stable in here. Some of the biggest spreads are in this time frame in here. Again, weekend occurring in on this one. Let's see, where does the weekend occur? Right there. Same exact thing on this one. Something happened on around May 19th that caused investors to believe or make bets that this was going to start heading in the negative direction. It did eventually start coming down a little bit, but for the most part, it didn't move nearly as much as investors were speculating, gambling. And so they probably lost their butts on this because they were gambling that it was going to move down to the $12.50 price point, and it stayed really close to $16. So we could go back and look at Cinemark back to May 19th and see what happened to price during that time frame. Let's see here. May. Is this last year? Okay. I don't see any huge price movement that would have led somebody to believe going into the 19th, because obviously the next week after was where, I mean, price did start to move down a little bit, but nowhere near to that $12 range that the Max Payne was representing. There was a little bit of price movement the week before that went down, but nothing. I mean, if the option contracts would have been made on perhaps maybe 5/16, and again, I'd have to go and take a look and see when those option contracts were purchased, but it's impossible for me to know after the fact. It is possible that the price movement at the very end of the day spooked or had a lot of people speculating that price was going to continue down the next week based off the last few minutes of the day. Those call options could have literally been purchased right here based off of this movement. And then it went into the next week and didn't do anything. And then you probably had them closing out their positions probably somewhere in this range in here, like the 25th. If we go back to that chart again and we look, by the 25th, looks like by the 31st. So it waited until the next trading week. So the Max Payne never went back up on this. So there was probably just a lot of losers, as it doesn't appear that they closed out their positions before the week ended. So they close out their positions, and then price drops. Right? They closed out their positions. When does price actually start dropping? After they close. It started dropping literally right after they closed out their positions. Look at this. They closed out their positions starting on 6/1, and max pain goes back up to $15. And that's when price really starts dropping the most. Right after they close. And then as price starts dropping, there was probably investors out there who probably started taking on some more puts again, but the max pain never showed it. Max pain never showed more put volume kicking in, because max pain was still showing an even 15 through here. But then price starts ripping afterwards. The insinuation that I want to make, that I can't really, without proving it, is that, through the derivatives, the market could be front running. This would be an illegal activity, but could be front running the price through the derivatives. That would be an illegal practice, but to front run price movement based off of derivatives could be accomplished. Is something that could occur, but would be illegal if it was being done. Yeah, Nana says basically tricking investors to place puts and calls. I don't do options. Yeah, exactly. All right. Apex is saying 9 close today, going 750 to 1050. Apex, I got you down, sir. So Dylan says, Casey, do you think options are ultimately bad for the market? No. You're gonna be like, wait a minute, I don't understand. So in actuality, this entire process has kind of caused me to view the market differently. So if you'd asked me this question prior to this entire I guess epic story that we're on, this journey that we're on here for the last 2 years, this is what I would say. Prior, I would have said, yeah, I think options are a bunch of crap. I would have said that they're, market prices are heavily manipulated to where, it makes it very, very difficult for somebody to be able to make money through options, and I did not like the idea of hedge funds bankrupting companies at will, simply because the company was deemed as being, perhaps a company that shouldn't be in business for whatever reason. I didn't like that. I thought that the idea behind that was kind of a bunch of crap. Now, I believe it or not, with regulation being set up correctly, I think that there's actually good reasons for having institutions who would hedge against the position of a company, because it creates a fair market, and in investors who believe that something's good is going to happen with a company versus somebody who thinks that it creates a market. It creates a market. And I think that's a good thing, but under the means by which the market is currently traded, I would say no. but I think that there is a place for it. I know that sounds so weird. I'm literally like, options suck, but they're good. They serve a role. Believe it or not, they do serve a role. Chris says, take notice. He didn't say they were good for retail. Exactly. It's just not. It's not something that we is. Yeah. It's great point. There is a place for it. I just don't think that the place is. I certainly don't think that it's a good place for retail to be investing their money. But there'll be people out there who will tell you otherwise. It's a great way to be able to hedge on a position that you hold. I think that anybody who would tell you otherwise would be lying to you. Yeah, see, that's inherently part of the one of the biggest problems right there, Mega Johnny, is that hedge funds and market makers who reside on the same side of trades because they are the same company, it's, you know, that's bad. It's really, really, really bad. We should not have that be the case. They're privy, or they're in knowledge of what's. It's basically with the hand knowing what the foot's going to do, right? They can work in unison. And they're not supposed to, but I don't believe that, you know, anytime you put out rules out there that say that somebody's not supposed to do something, doesn't mean it's not happening. So there's something obviously wrong with the idea that hedge funds and market makers can be one in the same entity or owned by the same entities. Alrighty, guys, I'm gonna head to break. Steven says, so prediction today is red, more than likely. Anytime SSR is tripped like that, you usually get 2 days of red movement. And the reason for that is that they're trying to fish for selling of positions. Right? They want somebody to sell off a position so that they have more shares, create more liquidity. To be able to have access to more manipulation of price. All right, let me put up my note real quick on the screen, and I'm going to head to break. I'm going to wait for me coming back before I give a price prediction for the day. I will see you guys on the other side of the break. See you in a bit.
primary control of critical vehicle functions.
First flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
All right, I'm back. Let's take a look at what's going on here before market open. We're seeing VIX reported at 1850. It was as high as 20.78 last week, and it looks like it's starting to consolidate a little bit just above, or was consolidating just above 19. If it's going to be opening up at 1850, it's going to be opening up a little bit lower than that. I am not convinced that the market is going to be heading up specifically today. I know we've been seeing a lot of these like strong upward trends leading into strong market downtrends throughout the day. And it's been happening quite often. So I think this is kind of like a little bit of a bull trap, more than likely. And I would not see, the dollar is trending down. Oil should be getting a strong break here. I know it's kind of breaking outside the wedge that pattern that I had here, but it should be getting a strong break in one direction or the other as soon as the market opens. Yeah. The dollar is going to move up here. We may see an initial downwards momentum, and it may be quick, fairly quick, and push really hard downwards. Do note we have several levels. This is where we're kind of moving into a period of time where we had a lot of consolidation. So we've got a lot of levels of support on the way down. For example, 906 is a good strong support line, 884, 869, 853. Those are some of the support levels taking us down to SSR being tripped at $8.55. I don't know if that's going to occur or not today, but I would expect to see a strong move in the very beginning portion of the day today, and followed by probably an attempt to try and keep price down throughout the day. Do note, synthetic price failure occurs at $8.99 or $9 essentially. That's where we end up hitting a synthetic price failure, which is essentially a 19.5% or greater price drop from the top that we saw at $11.17. In the pre-market this morning, you can see the attempt to get there was already in place in the pre-market at $9.19. I would imagine that if we did drop to the $9 level, that there will likely be more downwards momentum, at least pushing us to that $8.55 price point. If I had to guess, maybe even $8.30. Let me see if there's a turnaround point around $8.30, $8.43. That's like a perfect spot right there. $8.35 to $8.43 would be like an ideal turnaround point or a retest, and we saw $8.43. We struggled with $8.43 for quite a while back here. Let me get rid of the Bollinger Bands and this as well, because we already broke out of that. 843 was a strong level of resistance that we had difficult times getting through on multiple occasions. Watch for a potential retest of 843 before seeing more upwards potential. Very, very strong possibility. The other part to that is that on a 4-hour chart, when looking at an Ichimoto cloud, 843 breaks us just down underneath the cloud for the day today. So that's right in that wheelhouse of potentially seeing the price movement downwards and then seeing another slow build back up again. Let's see here. One. Yep. I think it's definitely in the realm. So if 843 is in the realm of possibilities, I'm going to go with a price prediction for the day today of I'm going to go 750, 759 to 1059. Yeah. 759 to 1059. Looks like I got Apex in for 750 to 1050, and TB's coming in at 825 to 1125. My volume prediction for the day today is 20 to 40 million shares. Doug's going 833 to 1133. I got you down, Doug. But there, if the market starts to swing the other direction, if we see strong indications of a market like major sell-off coming, then there's a good chance that we move up with that and move beta to the rest of the market. Negative beta. CPR says, heard from Chuck, dude went missing. Chuck who? Chuck who? Roseanne, take care. Let me text Eric real quick here. All right. We got about 4 more minutes before the market opens here. I do have a presentation for you guys for the day today. Hopefully the second presentation goes a little bit better than the first one. Usually I feel like I do a little bit better of a job. We'll see. Also, a song for today. We have a local ape who made a suggestion to me in regards to songs. First Light is his YouTube screen name, and he had part in knowing the group and one of the guitar players for the song. I can't remember if he mentioned if he actually had something to do specifically with playing in it, but yeah, I'm always supportive of playing music from the group. If you have any part in doing of or are responsible for knowing the group, and you're just wanting to have it, be shown, I'm willing to put it out there. Love seeing you guys, what you're passionate about and what you participate in. Chris, you're welcome. Let's get this morning started. I will see you on the other side of Market Open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for 7 seconds of the flight. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You have a good forward leg now at anthem.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
In my brain, I can't shake it. It's got me down. I look at people wearing frowns. It's cold and I'm not feeling too well. At times this anxiety can be here. Disturbing news on my TV. It's hard to believe what's happening around me. The pressures of the real world is what's causing me this pain, and it's still Monday in my brain. It's hard to readjust when you're just coming back. Of all the things you left, you tend to lose track. The relentless flow of life's mainstream swiftly grabs and wakes you out of the dream. There's a dollar sign in front of everything I see, and it still feels like Monday to me. Yeah, yeah. Still feels like Monday. Yeah. Monday in my brain, I can't shake it, it's got me down. I look at people wearing frown, disturbing news on my TV. Hard to believe what's happening around me. All I can see now is gray skies and rain, and it's still Monday in my brain. Oh, still feels like Monday. Yeah, in my brain. Oh, and I feel the pain. Hey, 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 I can't shake it. I can't take it. I can't take it. No, I can't take
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowds for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. I have the dirty topic to talk about today. Options, the cruel truth. Oh, what a catchy title. I'm gonna bore you to tears. I am absolutely gonna bore you to tears. It's not gonna be exciting as you would possibly think it is. But I'll tell you what I'm gonna do first. I'm gonna head back over to the back of the Big Tramp. If any of you want to join into the back of the Big Tramp, who has access, you're more than welcome to join up in there. If you don't have access to the Discord and you want access, contact me through a DM. And I can set you up for the future. But I am going to head back over there right now and be a part of that in case, and they're off, in case anybody wants to join in here and kind of discuss this topic as I'm going through this presentation. Good morning to Mockspeed. How's it going this morning, man? Good to see you.
Hey, good morning. Good morning.
Another fine day. Did you have a good weekend?
I'm seeing right now it's just a copy pasta.
Yeah. Did you... From last week?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you
last week and a half?
Yeah. Did you go see the Swiftie tour concert?
No. It's not my
it's not your cup of tea?
Type. No, unfortunately. Yeah. I mean, if one of her songs pops on the radio, I might listen to it a bit, but
hey,
I'm not gonna go out of my way to.
Yeah, I understand.
Stuff.
I understand.
It's just not my kind of music. It's too.
You don't have to explain.
Joyful, you know. I need like either hardcore rap talking about killing people, or like rock type stuff talking about like drug, sex, and alcohol.
All right. Well, I mean that's cool. It doesn't have to be your cup of tea. I understand.
The Trinity.
I'm not particularly part of that group either. I'm not a Swiftie. So, but I had an amazing time watching Twitter this weekend and all the different posts that came up. So it was really fun seeing a lot of people being really excited about something that they love.
Yeah, it's hard for me because we used to have an AMC in Montreal, like right next to like my little neighborhood, but that was a while ago, and it got bought by Cinemark, and now I'm pretty sure it's like AMC's inexistent in Canada, unfortunately. Hopefully that changes, but so it's a little hard for me to partake.
Understood.
I try to do purchases online, but there's nothing much I could do.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, shall we get into this? Options, the cruel truth. Let me go ahead and put up the presentation on the page for you guys. I will minimize my screen a little bit here so that I can see what you guys are typing in case you have any questions along the way. I don't want you guys to feel like I'm not going to answer questions. So if you put anything specifically in there in the comment section, I should be able to see it. If I don't see it, maybe somebody in the Big Tramp can help point it out to me. So here we go. Let's get into this. Options, the cruel truth. Yeah. All right. Moving on. Catchy title, I know. When you think you're winning at the expense of others, you're actually losing the most important game of all, your integrity. I do not know who that I can attribute that quote to. It was unknown, but I think it does kind of understand. I think it helps you to understand what it is that I'm going to be talking about for the day today. We're going to talk about option contracts and what they tend to mean. In order to do so, I need to kind of give you guys a little bit of a baseline intro into contracts, and that way you understand a little bit more about perhaps maybe what's going on with those. Some of you, this is old information, some of it's new. Bear with me as I make it through the difficult part, which is the beginning. Option contracts always have a winner and a loser. There will always be one that wins. There can only be one. The writer of the contract always starts off as the winner. Why? Because they collect premium that's paid to buy the contract. So the buyer of the contract ends up putting up money, and the writer of the contract collects that money. So right off the get-go, writers of contracts are always winning. This money that's given to the contract writer can be used to influence price of the underlying asset, or anything that they want to. It doesn't really matter what it is. They can choose to use the money however they choose, but it could be used to influence the price of the underlying asset, which I'll show you in a little bit how that's the case. Buying the call options and the implications is gambling. It is gambling. Excuse me, wait, I'm sorry. It's speculating that the price of the underlying asset will go up, which is bullish. It obligates the option contract writer to sell shares to the buyer of the underlying asset if it's exercised. Also, if the price moves up and the theta and gamma favors the option buyer, the contract or contracts may be sold for a gain. And the reason I've highlighted may be sold is because of the fact that there has to be somebody else on the other side of that, right? Selling to close a call contract for gains is a bearish position, and it requires somebody else to come in and say, I want that I want to buy that contract. I want your contract that you have. I will take it. I will take ownership of that contract and buy that contract from you. Ultimately, call option contracts hurt the writer of the contract when they are sold for a profit or exercised, forcing the writer, when they're exercised, it forces the writer to sell shares to the contract buyer at the strike price agreed upon. Additionally, if shares are not owned, aka naked, shares must be purchased at the market value, whatever that market price may be. Now, it's important to realize that when I'm talking about naked contracts that are written, that those are not the same thing as contracts that are covered. Covered calls or covered puts that are written contracts. The other point in time where a writer of a contract would lose money is when they are not maintaining margin requirements. When they don't maintain those margin requirements, then they could potentially be margin called, and that's another way that they could lose money. There's other ways as well, but those are the key primary ways. You may think you're screwing the hedgies by collecting gains on a call options contract, but are you really? Do you know who's writing your contracts or how they are leveraged against the position? Do you truly and honestly know what the other side of that position is doing? And the answer is no. You have no idea. You don't care. All you're really caring about is whether or not you're buying a contract that's going to be in your favor, or are you going to be the winner or the loser? That's all you really care about. And you obviously want to be the winner, but there's larger implications to what it is that we're talking about here, and this is what you need to understand. Buying the put option is exactly the opposite of buying the call option, right? Buying the put option is you betting that the price is going to go down. It's bearish. Everything else remains the same. There's nothing that really changes here in this, except for the fact that selling to close a call contract for gains is a bullish position as you're closing out a put contract. Again, it also requires a market participant. All this stuff stays exactly the same. There's no difference between the calls or the puts. Some people may suggest that selling to close for profit is a win for retail, regardless of whether it's a put or it's a call. But if the overall value of the underlying asset is now lower, is it truly a win? If you're long on the stock and you buy a put option and you make money on it, is it truly a win for your long-held position? It depends. How are you utilizing that profit that you're making? If the money leaves the market, it's only a win for you. Your gains are for you. Those gains aren't to help the stock price overall in moving. Before I go over writing of contracts, there's a couple different stats that I want to present to you guys. Let me go make sure that you guys aren't asking any questions. Let's see. I don't see anything yet. Okay, cool. All right. Current stats before exploring writing contracts. As of 10/13, or this last Friday, institutions own 11.22% of the float for a total of 22.26 million shares. A lot of you guys are going to be wondering, like, how did I come up with these numbers? At the end of each one of these statements is going to be the source. Webull is probably not one of the best sources to be getting information from, but it's probably one of the more current relevant places. You can probably get it a couple different places. I prefer to use something like Fintel, but we don't have accurate reported data yet because it's so lagging, so unfortunately it's the best that I can do. 22.44 million shares are currently being loaned with an estimate, and remember this is just an estimate, it's not the actual reported amount, of 16.1 million of that being in short interest. Utilization is only being reported at 47.05%, again this is last Friday's numbers, by institutions, or about 10.47 million of their shares, which means that there's one of two things that this could mean. There's either a lack of accurate reporting by institutions, which I don't believe to be the case, and I'll tell you why. It would not benefit institutions to not report how many shares are being borrowed. If they didn't accurately report that, then they wouldn't be able to make money off their positions, because the demand is what allows them to change the rates. So if there's high demand, they can raise the rates, and then it shows that they're making more money for the positions. So it only benefits institutions who are lending shares to report accurately the amount of their shares that are being utilized for loans. The other side to this is if utilization is really, really low, how much is retail loaning? And the answer to that is it's likely that retail is loaning a bunch of shares which are not accounted for in that utilization. You will see below, from this point going forward, that most option contracts are likely written naked unless retail is responsible for most contracts being written, which is highly unlikely. If you go out there and you ask people, and you just did a simple poll, and I can do it right now actually. Let's see here. We'll start a poll real quick just for the fun of it. Do you write call put contracts? Yes, no. I'm not even going to put any other questions in there. The chances that there's retail out there that are writing call and put options is probably very, very small. I'm sure there is some portion of people out there who are doing it, but more than likely it's a very, very, very small portion of the amount of people who hold positions. So moving forward, there's approximately 55.38 million shares in outstanding call contracts. Remember, I'm talking about writing a contract, not buying a call or put option. I'm talking about writing the option. There's a big difference. There's approximately 55.38 million shares in outstanding call contracts as of Friday, 41.83 million shares in put contracts as of Friday, for a combined total of 97.21 million contracted shares that are out there. That's half of all of the shares in existence. And I want you to understand how large that is. It's a massive, massive, massive amount of options. Obligations amounts do not currently match the held shared positions by long institutions at a 4.36 to 1 ratio. Remember, institutions are lending 10.47 million shares. You have 97.21 million shares in total that are standing out there in options. There is a massive, massive disparity between how many are currently being, total amount of shares being loaned, 22.44 million shares. There's a massive difference between this number here and this number right here. And that's a 4.36 to 1 ratio, which means something. It means that somebody's writing a lot of naked contracts. Who stands to benefit the most from option contracts expiring worthless? And the answer to that is the contract writers. Remember, they were winning right off the get-go with collecting premiums, money that can be used to influence price. Could be used to influence price. Writing the call put option naked. What are the implications? Naked call put options are exposed to unlimited losses if price of the underlying asset changes significantly. Margins must be maintained in case of potential losses and ties up capital. An obligation option contract writer obligates option contract writer to buy shares to sell to the contract holder if the contract is exercised. The key point here being selling to close does not cause that buying pressure. Are you exercising your contracts? That's the question. What exactly is short interest? Short interest is the act of borrowing a share to sell into the market in expectation that the shares will be able to be bought at a lower price in the future to return to the lender. Now think about this as I talk about this scenario. This gives access to consistent funds. This is the cruel truth. Writing contracts gives institutions access to immediate funds to invest as they see fit, considering the following basic scenario. This is extremely basic. There's plenty of scenarios out there, but I just want to give you a legal example of a position that could be created by a company. LMNOP. They write a contract and use premiums to borrow shares, known as short interest, right? They borrow those shares and then they sell them into the marketplace, creating selling pressure, driving the underlying asset price down. This reduces the risk on the call contracts LMNOP previously wrote that are now closed by the contract holders due to high risk of further losses as price drops. They've now just made money on that move. The price is now lower. Now they can start buying back the shares at a lower price, which is now causing buying pressure, driving the underlying asset price up. This reduces the risk on put contracts that LMNO previously wrote that are now closed by the contract holders due to high risk of further losses as prices increase. Do you see where this is going? It's a seesaw. It's a seesaw of price movement, and it's simply benefiting institutions who are writing these contracts. Adding to the pressure to the contract holders, LMNOP can buy and sell during extended hours shares of trading, leaving many option contract holders hostage to their positions. You see the big jumps in price movement in the after hours? That's screwing over a lot of option holders on both sides, depending on which way the price moves. This is probably the most basic scenario I can present to you, but when you factor in other concepts like usage of off-exchange trades, credit swaps, tokenized security swaps, and a vast plethora of other financial products that help companies like LMNOP, it becomes clear why financing their positions via premiums paid in advance does not help long shareholders. In closing, this is what you need to remember. Remember that financial institutions are responsible for driving price movement, not retail. It's super important for you to remember that. And I'm talking immediately. The long-term effects of retail buying is a different story, but immediately, not the case. If your desire is to see institutions forced into buying shares, then exercising of positions is more instrumental than selling to close, because then you're forcing who? You're forcing institutions to buy. If institutions have to buy, that changes price. If you're selling to close, you're collecting a paycheck and you're pulling the money out and you're saying, I'm a winner. It's yours. Unless you reinvest that money back into the same stock, you've just walked away with what could have been price movement for the company. Share price. As we all saw from last week, if price is easily manipulated to cause the greatest number of contracts to fall out of the money, then was the attempt to make profit worth funding institutions who will attempt to manipulate the price? And this is something you need to consider. Is it worth you giving them money in advance so that they can manipulate price? just so that you can make short-term gains? That's something you have to ask yourself. Both buying and writing option contracts has consequences, but it takes a buyer to create a position. You can't have one without the other. The cruel truth here is that Vegas didn't become Vegas through losing money and to players of the games. We made Vegas what it is through our desire to win rigged games. Play the game and you lose. Don't hate the game, hate the players. The players are the ones that make it what it is. That's all I got for you guys. I want you to understand that there's concepts here that are far more complex than what I've talked about. I started to go down that path of trying to just talk about some of those, but the problem is that if I'm going to make insinuations about illegal activities that are occurring inside the marketplace, I have to prove it. And I think the market has done a plenty good enough job of showing you that they are willing to illegally manipulate the market and count it as part of business costs. But I'm not going to sit here and tell you that X, Y, and Z is happening because just trust me, bro. So I gave you an example of a situation where the market could potentially manipulate the market, the price of an asset. A legal way. Casey, just do what we do. Spam crime in chat. Yeah. Parrotborn says, for those not familiar, can you explain in simple terms the difference in exercising the contract versus selling it and keeping the cash? Exercising the contract requires you to buy the 100 share, right? So each contract is worth 100 shares. If you have a strike price, say, for example, at, we'll just make up something like $9 right now. Let's say, for example, you had a call contract at $9. If you wanted to exercise the call contract, you would have to buy 100 shares at $9 a share, meaning that you would spend $900 on your contract. Right, so $900 would give you 100 shares, and you would walk away with 100 shares versus selling to close your contract, which in this case, if you had a call contract, and it would all depend on theta, gamma, delta, all those kind of things would impact your cost. And there's no way for me to tell you, but you either would be in the money or out of the money on your position at $9. For a strike by this Friday, and more than likely with theta, which is a time decay. That's where you start getting into, if you've been holding the contract long enough, even though it's over your strike price, it doesn't mean that you're necessarily in the money. So to sell to close could potentially mean that you're losing money on the exchange, or the position, taking that position of closing it. So that's what the difference is. Exercising does require you to buy shares. Alex says, Casey, these are reputable companies and people. I know, right? It's crazy.
He said but.
Ooh, Tendies Plus Plus says you can exercise on your Peloton. I didn't. I was supposed to this weekend and I didn't. I was going to start last night and I got hungry because I skipped lunch yesterday because I was working on a project. And because I skipped lunch, I had dinner, and then when actual nighttime came around, because we normally eat dinner a little bit early since my wife leaves for work, we eat around 5. So then when 8 o'clock rolled around, at 8, 9-ish, I was hungry again, and I was like, damn it, and so I ate, and then I wasn't feeling like writing. So excuses. I'm going to get on it again. It will happen. Can you explain how exercising can cause a gamma ramp? Absolutely. Institutions would need to. So in the example that I've provided for you, I think you can see that there's a lot of naked positions that are out there, a lot of naked contracts, because obviously not enough shares are being borrowed currently for those naked contracts that are open, right? So say, for example, a position was exercised. If an institution had to go out and actually find those shares and buy those shares, that would create buying pressure in the market, regardless of what the price is, right? It doesn't matter if the price is higher or lower than the strike price. It's still buying pressure because that institution doesn't have the shares to back their position, which means they're going to have to go buy them. Now, if the price is higher than the current strike price, then that means that they're going to end up eating the cost difference between whatever it is that they're buying the shares for and the strike price that you're buying the shares from them. So in that example of $9 strike price right now, the 15 cents that we're at right now over, they would have to eat the cost per share. It would be 15 cents per share out of their pocket because they would have to buy 100 shares at this current price at $9.15, and then they would deliver to you at $9 a share your shares that you're purchasing from them. So they end up eating the cost difference. When there is an ample or a large quantity of positions that are being exercised, and there's a forced period of buying by institutions in the marketplace to get a hold of shares that may not be owned already, and they need to go out and start buying, that's when you start seeing price improvement, and price improvement can lead to other contracts expiring in the money. Or being exercised, right? Like they could sell the close, or they could exercise their contracts. Either way. One example that I gave earlier this morning is sometimes institutions, or maybe even retail. It doesn't matter who it is, really, honestly. But say, for example, you had 10 contracts that were open. You might be able to sell to close 7 of your contracts and use the money that you make from those 7 contracts to exercise 3 of the contracts that you have. I don't know. I'm just making up a scenario. But sometimes some people will do that. They will use the profits from some of the selling to close positions contracts to actually purchase or exercise the other contracts, which is applying pressure on the marketplace to find shares. So, but it's that price movement upwards, or the institutional forced buying, that causes price to go up, where people start to see more contracts that are in the money. Doctor says, wasn't the GME squeeze caused by options market? So yes and no. Everybody likes to think that a gamma squeeze starts off from a gamma squeeze, and the answer to that is that that's false, right? Because what actually causes the gamma squeeze to occur is price movement upwards. The forced buying is what causes the price to move upwards in the first place. And so the question you have to ask yourself is what causes that forced buying, and that's failure to deliver, right? As soon as an institution can't find the shares and they no longer can deliver the shares, or they cannot borrow them because there's a lack of shares available to be borrowed, then you now have a situation to where they're either going to delay the period of time to which they're going to deliver the shares in, or they're going to be forced into buying those positions after a period of time has expired. And it's really that forced buying that causes institutions to have to go out and buy those shares regardless of the price of the stock. And when they start doing that, that moves the price up and then causes the gamma squeeze to occur. So the truth in what causes a squeeze to occur is failure to delivers, then gamma, then squeeze. That is the order by process by which you have those happening. So how do you stack more failure to delivers? Exercising of positions would be one way. There may be another way to cause failure to delivers is short exempt volume that's being created on a daily basis. If there is just an in general lack of liquidity available in the marketplace, and the market is unable to borrow enough shares to be able to fulfill orders from just in general buying pressure, then that would also cause that to be the case as well. But truly and honestly, it's the forced momentum of institutions having to buy shares that really does cause that price movement. It's not retail. I mean, we have that impact of creating that buying pressure in the future, but the immediate cause is forced buying by institutions. Dario D says that 15 cents can add up quick when it's thousands of contracts being exercised and cause a domino effect of ramping up. Absolutely. It certainly can. Especially if there's low liquidity. You're absolutely right. Did them pushing the price down to $9.50 cause more failure to delivers? Yes. The short exempt volume, and it is time to take a look at the numbers. Is there anybody in the back of the Big Tramp that had any questions before I move on? But the failure to deliver, or the short exempt volume, I should say, which is immediately turns into a failure to deliver, was 600 and I'll take you guys over the other page. 640,000 shares from last Friday, which obviously whenever they trip SSR, they're able to create more short exempt volume than normal as it becomes legal. So that's why you end up seeing huge amounts of short exempt volume. That is another way to get failure to delivers. Dr. Zaya says, while Gil did own shares of GameStop, a significant portion of his profits also came from call options he had purchased on the stock. And do you know, Dr. Zayas, what kind of experience he had purchasing in call options and how far out he was buying those call options? If you don't know the answer to that, then it shouldn't be something that it's even talked about. Because that's probably one of the most important things to acknowledge is he didn't just go willy-nilly out there with his dick hanging out and buying call options. That's not what happened. He had a very thorough method in how he purchased his call contracts. And if you don't understand those concepts of what it is that he was looking for in his both leap and quarterly call contracts that he was buying, you're not going to be able to achieve the same thing that it is that he tried to achieve in predicting what price was going to be a quarter out.
Yeah, like didn't he have some professional experience?
Yeah, he worked. Yeah, he worked in that industry. So again, you can't to make those comparisons. And this is why I hate when people make the comparisons. When people make the comparisons to Keith Gill and saying like, well, Keith Gill did it, why can't I do it too? And it's like, well, because he had experience you didn't have. And if you want to research that experience, the documentation is out there for you to go and research it. But as I've always said to everybody, it's your money, it's your choice on how you want to spend your money, but you should always take your time in learning something before you just jump into it thinking that you're going to be the next Keith Gill.
I think you should put up another poll because you made it quite clear that people are not writing the contract in general. But who's buying the contract?
I find it very difficult to believe that.
Is it?
I find it difficult to believe that 13%. I find it difficult to believe that 13% of you guys are writing call and put contracts. I don't think you understand what I mean by that. I find it very, very difficult to believe. We've got 158 voters in here. That means 15 of you are writing contracts. I find that very difficult to believe. If it's true that there is actually 15 of you guys in here who are writing contracts, that is exceptionally large.
Okay, my question was though, who do you think buys the majority of those contracts? Because there's an awful lot of contracts out there, and
it's
I think
not.
It's the
Yeah, it's
institutions that are buying most of them as well.
agreed. Institutions are buying most of them as well, and it's hedging. I tend to think that there's a level of misunderstanding in what I mean by do you write or call or put contracts, and I think they think I mean buying call or put contracts, but that's not what that means. I don't want anybody to out themselves. I'm not asking you guys to say that I'm one of them. That's not what I'm suggesting by any means. But I do find that to be an extremely large quantity of people out of 165. It seems 17 people seems a little high. All right, let's take a look at our numbers and see what we got going on here. I'm going to take you guys, or I actually already took you to the other page here. Let me log into my account real quick here, and we will start off this morning taking a look at some of our numbers. Starting with the top left-hand side. Actually, remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the Big Tramp backup on the screen again, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see that. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as you never know when somebody's going to try to gain access to your account. If your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, probably not a bad idea to do so, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device as well. All right. Let's take a look at some of these numbers and what we got going on here. Starting on the top left-hand corner. Price prediction tallies for last week, man. Apex and I went into Friday thinking we were probably going to win out the week, and Eric won. So how did that happen? Every single one of us except for Eric had a price prediction that was outside of the price movement. In fact, Apex was only off by a penny, but he still was outside of what the price was. So Eric was the only one that picked a price that was within the price limit range for his prediction, and as a result ended up getting an extra bonus point for winning the day. Since it is the tiebreaker day, and it gave him that 5th and 6th point to win the week. So it happens. People can actually win when they're behind. Short exempt volume for Friday, obviously with SSR being tripped, more short exempt volume is going to be traded. And so we had 640,000 shares in short exempt volume. Utilization was down to 44.28%, and day-over-day price increase. We had a 13.64% drop in price. Max pain for this week is $8 off exchange. Let's take a look at where it's at right now. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 44% going through off exchange. EDGX to be somewhere between 10 and 11%. Off exchange currently at 51.93%, and EDGX is at 10.14. The combined total on that 62.07%. When I would expect it to be about 60 or 54%, so it's about 8.07% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 3,307 shares. That is actually pretty elevated already. CHX volume for GME is at 0. Nothing showing up there. Taking a look at institutional ownership this morning, when I ran the numbers, we were up by about 2. It was around 2 million more shares owned by institutions. Let's give it a refresh and see what it's showing now. It's still 152.1 million. Obviously, those numbers have not been updated to reflect the reverse split and conversion. Options. Largest amount of call volume so far for the day today is at a strike price of $9. That's $2 less than where we finished out the week last week in call options. There's currently 4.2 thousand contracts in call volume so far for the day today at 9. On puts, highest amount of volume is also at a $9 strike. It's 50 cents down from where we ended the week last week. There's currently 7.5 thousand contracts in volume so far for the day today at 9. So market's kind of insinuating a $9 close by the end of the day today, plus or minus 50 cents. Taking a look at, I'm going to take you over to the other screen here while I move a couple screens around, and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. Oh no, just messed that up. Starting with Ortex. So far for the day-to-day on Ortex, we're getting a reporting of 745,000 shares having been borrowed for the day-to-day. It's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise to 7.76%. Cost to borrow mends at 1.3, average 1.49, and max 1.9. Let's take a look at our utilization. Utilization day over day dropped from 47.05% to 44.28. The on loan amount dropped from 22.44 million shares to 21.32 million shares. That's a drop by 1.12 million shares on loan. This is obviously going to drop the estimated short share interest of the free float, which dropped from 7.84% to 7.61%, which means that Ortex is estimating that about of that 1.12 million shares returned, 257,000 of that was in closed short interest. Taking a look at on loan average age per day, it did dip, which means to me that some of the older, more than likely some of the older, mid-range to older aged positions were short of loan shares were closed out. So we saw that drop from 14.57 down to 14.12, and security lending volume from Friday did rise from 2.68 million to 6.5 million. MMRI this morning, earlier this morning when I wrote down the number, it was 310.59. It's now 311.86. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list here. AMC is on the list with a 71.12% buy to 28.88% sell ratio. Looking pretty good on retail's buying and selling orders. SSR trigger price for the day today is at $8.55. We are on SSR for today since it tripped on Friday. And shares borrowed so far for the day today, it looks like another 100,000 shares have been borrowed since earlier this morning, giving us a total of about 1.2 million shares borrowed so far for the day today. Fees are showing up at 0.9%. Currently, we have 148.1 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 28.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. 93.2 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 22,000 contracts that are in the money. If you take this and copy and paste it, which I'm actually going to do real quick here because I gave you a number earlier this morning in regards to... Oh, is it all the same? No change? Okay. Never mind. It didn't change at all. I thought I could give you an updated version of how many contracts that were being created. There's no change here. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second. That didn't copy and paste correctly. Text. All right. We went from 55.3 million in call contracts to 47.4 million, so a little bit of a drop in call contracts. Put contracts dropped from 41.8 thousand contracts last Friday to a total in millions of shares to from 41.8 million to 36.2. So in total, let's see here. I didn't summarize this. In total, that's 83.7 thousand contracts in the presentation that I gave you earlier this morning. The stated amount of shares and contracts outstanding was 97.21. So it's down by about 15 million shares in contracts. Again, short exempt volume this last Friday, 640,000 shares. Oops. Got a dog who's going nuts right now. Let's see here. Taking a look at the market. How are the markets doing right now? We've got currently NASDAQ up 1.06, Dow Jones is up 0.78, and SP 500 is up 0.89. We have 4,054 advancers to 1,907 decliners. The market's cooking with bacon grease right now because it's looking hot and tasty. Let's see if it manages to stay that way. Big bank movers for the day today. I'm just going to read off anything plus or minus 2.5% or greater. FRC is down 9.8. Silvergate's down 13.27. Let's see if anything. Okay, we have the Douche Bank is up 2.64. Coinbase is up 3.16. Charles Schwab is up 5.01 and moving pretty quickly. And that's about it. Those are the biggest in the movers. Ethereum Classic is up 2.26, and let's see where it's trending to. Well, that was a quick move. Right now, I'd say it's consolidating after having a large move up and then coming right back down to about where it was before. U.S. dollar currently is down 0.15 and is trending up and tested 106.5, but then resisted to a breakthrough. Oil is down 1.22 and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.53 to 0.57 and trending down. The SPY is up 0.9 and trending up. VIX is currently down 8.02. It did break 19 at open for the VIX and is at 17.77 currently. VBR is up 1.29 and trending up. VB is up 1.27, trending up. Tesla is up 0.47, trending up. Amazon is up 1.54, trending up. Cinemark is down 2.23, trending down. Doge is up 1.39 and consolidating after, man, what happened? Wow, those really had like a huge pump and then drop back down, didn't they? 28.7 was the magic number that I needed to see Bitcoin break through and maintain, and you could see it did break through it earlier in market open and then came right back down, retested it, and then broke right back through to the bottom side here. So it did not maintain a break to the top side on the 28.7. Which is what would be needed in order to see upwards momentum on this cryptocurrency. GME is down 1.94, and currently it looks to me like it's consolidating after initial market open downtrend. HYMC is up 4.13 and trending up. That is gold related. That's never a really good thing for the market in general. Futures may be having a problem. NCMI is up 0.26. There might be some news here on it as well. Let's see. I know a lot of people are waiting specifically to see what's going to happen with the hearing.
Hey, Casey, I'm sorry. You're talking about Bitcoin?
Briefly.
Oh, okay. Sounds like, so what I saw this morning is that SEC approved the iShares Bitcoin backed ETF, I believe.
When was this?
Let's see here. Let me get the wording right here. SEC approved BlackRock iShares Bitcoin Spot ETF. That was around, well, the news came out, I think, around like 9:45, 9:40.
Okay, that's not why this is. That's not why this is moving. The actual initial pump on this started last night as I was getting ready to go to bed, and I took a picture of it. And I really think that the movement from this right now is more likely related to volatile international markets.
Mhm.
So I think you're seeing a lot of money fleeing other markets and pumping into crypto, probably as a safe haven.
Commodities.
This little spike that we had right here may have been because of that news, but I still think that this, in general, this move right here is more than likely a probably dumb money fleeing other markets. GME is down 1.88% for the day today. I already mentioned that one. HYMC, I did that one. NCMI is up 0.13 and trending up. HUD is up 2% and trending up. And AMC is down 1.74% and consolidating for the most part. Inflow versus outflow for AMC for the day today. We have approximately, 2.4 million dollars more in outflow than inflow. 7.46 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 59 minutes worth of trading, puts us on a pace for 49.37 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 20 and 40 million. Looks like that prediction is going to be pretty close. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 39.51, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 30.22, which is below average, almost signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, I don't know, it looks pretty close to the same amount of buying and selling pressure. It looks like it might be slightly more in the favor of buying. RSI at 36.28, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.27, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, Ichimoto. Lagging line is below price line, convergence below base. We did break down on Friday through the green cloud. We have red cloud forming ahead of us, which could mean price improvement ahead, and maybe a slow work back up after seeing a nice cooling off of a lot of our different indicators that are now starting to show signs of bullishness again after this short downtrend. For example, RSI is showing plenty of room to move upwards. Vortex indicator is showing strong buying pressure, and it wanted to diverge earlier, but has yet remained to get there, although the TTM squeeze indicator is definitely showing signs of more strength in the futures ahead. The interesting thing about this, though, is that when you look at a 4-hour chart, we're getting a little bit of the opposite look of what's to come. Short-term, 1 hour saying more uptrend. The 4-hour chart is saying not necessarily the case. Lagging lines touching price line. Conversions now crossing base. All those are selling signs or selling indicators that suggest that price may likely move down into the 830 range and breaking past the green cloud here within today or tomorrow time frame. Also, RSI is at 40.09, and we are not getting enough buying pressure here to see a reversal as of yet, as the TTM also confirms that that's not necessarily the case, that there's more selling pressure likely ahead. So don't get your hopes up too much. There's a very good chance here that we do break down through this cloud and find ourselves in that 850 range, perhaps before too long. But don't worry, it's not the end of the world. We have likely some red cloud forming if we did do that, which means that going into the following rest of this week, we could see some positive momentum and pressure in buying pressure, especially if we did drop down to like an $80 or $8 price range. We would end up being very, very close to max pain and potentially, seeing price rise towards the end of the week, causing probably a lot of puts that we're expecting to see price go lower, perhaps go out of the money by seeing price, close at like 850 or 9 by the end of the week. And with that, that's all I got for you guys. Go Taylor Swift. What a weekend she had. What a weekend. 12%. So 20 people now suggesting that they write calls and put contracts. 10% seems way higher than I would have expected. If that's the case, out of 3.8 million shareholders, at 10% of retail is actually writing contracts, which I doubt's the case, but that would be massively high, and I can only imagine that the amount of risk that's involved, especially if those are covered call or put contracts that are being written, which more than likely that would be the case from a retail perspective. That's kind of crazy. Nope, I have never done that before, Dr. Zeus. Never. I've never, until, I shouldn't say never. I would say that I have avoided any kind of margin accounts my entire trading career, so I'm not into that. Yes. Daxter, if you go back to the beginning of the live stream where you could go back to right after market opens, I did a whole presentation this morning on what the difference is. There's always a writer and there's always a buyer. There's a writer and a buyer of a contract. So if you're buying calls and puts, you're not the writer. You don't write the contract. Somebody else has to write the contract in order for it to be able to be purchased.
Yeah, my kids left out some crayons on the kitchen table this morning, and I wrote some contracts this morning. If you like, I can mail you some. I write them well, I write them so well.
What's the contract for?
It says contract for shares, and it's signed, and there's a photo of me holding up the picture. It's a great, really great picture of me holding up my contracts. And I call them at least once a week and just see how they're doing. Yeah.
You're just confusing people.
I know. Well, in and out.
Yeah, I would imagine, Daxter, it's probably the case. I think there's probably a lot of people that are confused that buying a call or a put is not the same as writing one. I usually provide a third option where you could have you vote. Like, I'm not sure what the difference between writing or buying a call or put contract is. I probably should have put that down as a third choice, just in case, so people would have an opportunity to see that there was something else there to select. That was my bad.
You can do it in paper accounts too.
I mean, I'm asking for real. I'm talking about real life, not fake situations.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
When do you think they're going to release the result for the weekend? Because AMC hasn't actually released the result yet.
That's a great question. I think he'll put out a tweet today. If I had to guess, I would suggest today.
Because these guys are just spitballing a number and saying 95, 96 million. They don't know.
Right.
Because AMC is not releasing it.
They're literally going off the projected numbers that were already released before the weekend even happened. So yeah, you're absolutely right.
And even that 39 million on Friday was just an estimate.
There is, of course on their TD, you can Think or Swim. You can go in, and of course they put that news right in there for IMAX, not for AMC, but for IMAX. And it says Taylor Swift Eras Tour had a $13 million global box office opening according to IMAX. That's just IMAX.
13 million.
13 million.
Such a lowball number. Yeah, so I'm seeing right now the numbers that you were talking about are still the same from this weekend. I don't think they're going to change these until somebody releases more information. So we'll have to find out. We'll have to wait.
As a comparison, let's see here. Citing global office estimates, ComScore reported Sunday that Taylor Swift tour had shattered the record for the highest concert film global opening weekend, racking 128 million in box office returns.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing right now. Worldwide is 128, but that's still just reported off the numbers that they had.
It's an estimate.
Yeah, that was based off the estimates going into the weekend. They opened up the movie a day early and provided more movie showings the day of the opening on Friday, which none of this is included in that. So the likelihood of this being a much higher number is very high.
What about Michael Jackson? They talk about Michael Jackson here, setting a weekend record of 74.25 million in 2009. Michael Jackson. I love hot milk cookies. Yeah.
Hillbilly says, take a look at CNK on the 10-day. There has to be a story there. We always talk about Cinemark as a short-controlled competitor, but it's not looking good for them. Let's take a look at it real quick here.
AMC Theater said Sunday the movie brought in between 95 and 97 million in North America.
I mean, it looks like it's kind of consolidating right now. I don't see anything traumatic. Just hasn't been a very good 6 days for him, the last 6 days. Hasn't broken. It's about ready to break a trend, but not quite yet. Maybe? I don't know. Let's see. It's about ready to. There could be a case to be made that it's breaking a longer-term trend. Maybe.
According to Box Office Mojo, it says October 13th through the 15th, seeing an overall gross of 134 million.
Yeah. I think that's the number. Oh, you seeing 134?
That's according to boxofficemojo.com.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at when I stated my numbers. It was 128, so maybe they already updated. No, I'm still seeing 128. The interesting thing, too, about that number, and you can tell that it's a fabricated number, is that if you look at no, that's not even true. If you look at any other movie that's opened out there, they all have they don't have rounded numbers. Literally, the Taylor Swift Eras Tour has legit exactly $128 million. It's 96 million domestic and 32 million foreign, which means that whoever's reporting the numbers, which is I would imagine, since AMC is the distributor, since they're probably responsible for reporting the numbers, they likely haven't reported anything else other than what they reported last week, and that's why we're not seeing any of the new numbers yet.
So the page so I see the number you're seeing if you look specifically on the Taylor Swift page, but I was on the actual, if you go to the domestic tab under Box Office Mojo and then click on weekend. That's
exactly, I'm on.
Oh, you do too?
That's exactly what I'm on.
So when I see,
I'm on worldwide and that's it. Just the worldwide tab. So I can show you.
I'm on domestic.
I'm on worldwide.
International. Okay.
And if you scroll down on worldwide until you get down to it, which is let's see here, 100 and. It's right underneath Blue Beetle for 28 at 28th.
Yep, I see what you see. I just don't know why it's different under domestic.
Yeah, I don't either.
That's weird. Let me check one other source. There's also box office ticketsales.com. No, that's a never mind. That's not even a real site.
One of the projections out there that I've heard is that this could do as well as Barbie, maybe even slightly better than Barbie as a possibility. The interesting thing about this and I think Mega Johnny is referencing here as well, is that if you consider Barbie and Oppenheimer to be a success, AMC is going to be collecting on that as if it were almost like it was four successes, because of the quantity of what they're making on this movie as being the distributor. They will. This is like basically like having Barbie Oppenheimer twice in one quarter. Essentially, is what this is shaping up to be. And we haven't even had Beyonce yet. She's still yet to come. That's what she said.
I actually saw the Best Bud article. It never even mentioned AMC's name in it. It was on Forbes. And it just said that the Taylor Swift Eras Tour could have done so much better if it had the right people behind it.
Kenny G says it says Taylor Swift is the highest domestic concert film ever. For opening weekend? That's what we need to call this. We need to call it the Swifty bounce. We'll call it the Swifty bounce. I don't know if that's going to go over well or not, but
I mean, I'm looking at the chart for IMAX, and you know, they had a nice little bounce off the open, but a little pullback. They're not as targeted as we are.
Yeah. I think it's probably a little too early to be talking about dividends just yet, Big Red Apple. We still got some more work to go.
Get an NFT. Do we have any updates on HYMC of any sort? Has anybody heard anything?
That's what I was talking about earlier when you asked about
sorry.
Bitcoin, I think. No, that's okay. I'm saying that's what I was talking about. I don't see any news showing up right now at all. But they are getting a good run this morning. That's for sure. I haven't looked at gold prices, so I'm not sure how that compares to gold prices. Dr. Zaya says it will be interesting to see if the Swifties go to see it more than once, and I haven't heard a single person yet who has seen it who said that they didn't want to go see it again. Like every single person that I've seen so far said that they want to go see it at least once more, which I find to be so weird. I think that's great for us, but it must be really, really good if that's the case. Dario says, are they still calculating numbers? You know, I kind of thought maybe there was a chance that Adam Aaron would do a 1-2 punch. One being releasing the numbers for the box office weekend numbers, which would be the 1 punch. And then the 2 punch would, basically be saying that they'd set a new record in concession sales sales for the weekend. So I'm still kind of hoping that he does a 1-2 punch, but the longer it takes for us to get the box office weekend numbers out, the more likelihood that there is that he's trying to compile all of the information so that he could do just one huge epic punch like a knockout. But I prefer the 1-2. I'd like to see the 1-2 punch.
Maybe it can become a phenomenon like the Rocky Horror Picture Show, which in the city that I'm by played for 28 years, every Saturday night at midnight.
Ha says, morning Casey, what time are you planning on doing the presentation again? I won't. If you want to see it, you need to go back to when I first started the opening of the show, which I think is probably the worst of the two presentations. As always, usually whenever I talk about something the first time, I do better the second time. So I would watch personally right after market opens, which is about let's see, it opens at 8:30 my time. So I would go about 3 hours and 40 minutes, maybe 3 hours and 40 minutes into the live stream, and then you should see a change in the screen where something like this pops up, something like that, right? Once that pops up, then you'll know when you see that show up on there. That's where you'll know. I can try and put in a link in today. Into the comment section so that you guys have like a timestamp that'll take you right there. Funky Pizza says Beyonce is going to do well also. Yep, I think you're probably right on that. Swift had a Casa Azul tequila soda on live TV at the Kansas City game. That's awesome. Casa Azul tequila. Hold on a second. I gotta look this up. Ooh, that looks expensive. That's pricey looking. Yikes. A bottle of 750 milliliters for the Reposado is $159.49. Holy crap, that's insane. If you want the is that the... Oh, that's not Casa. That's Class Azul. That's something else. Well, that's cool. She likes tequila. Neighborhood Helper 101 Business Plan says, never mind, answered my own question. If you sell shares in order to exercise contracts, kind of makes the buying pressure null and void, right? Yeah. It's probably not that doesn't really help you too much. Daria says, Casey, you got to remember this is music, not a movie. Think about a song you loved when it came out and how many times you could listen to it over and over again. Yeah, I get it. I'm a different cat, though. I actually don't like doing that. I can't stand listening to the same song over and over and over. I know a lot of other people really do like doing that, so it just makes me different than most people. So I'm just not really down to that. That's just a me thing. Usually listening to a song. It was funny the other day we were driving to a football game. Kids had their homecoming football game, and as we got into the car, the Down in Africa song started playing, and I know my son listens to both the Weezer and oh gosh, I just forgot the name of the other group. I totally forgot the name of the other group. Anyways, I asked him. I looked over him. I said, "Which group is this playing this right now? I can't tell the difference." Oh, Toto. Thank you. I couldn't remember. And he guys, he gets so snarky sometimes. He goes, "How can you not tell who this is?" And I was like, this, it sounds the same. And he goes, "You can't tell that's not Rivers Cuomo singing." And I was like, "I'm sorry, but I can't tell. That sounds. They sound this really similar to me." And then he played because it was actually the Toto version that was playing. So then he played Rivers Cuomo's version, and I had to stop it. Like, actually, did I stop it? I don't know if I stopped it or not. I wanted to stop it because I couldn't stand listening to the song twice in a row. I was like, nah, I can't do this. But yeah, it was funny because I couldn't. I mean, once I heard them back to back like that, though, it was very obvious to me which one was which. But for some reason, at the time when it was playing, I couldn't tell. I know. Danny says, Casey, I can't stand listening to the same song over and over and over. Proceeds to play buy and hold every morning. I know, man. I cringe every single morning having to listen to that. You have no idea how much it pains me to hear that every single morning, and yet you all like it. But for me, it is absolutely painful. I really can't, and it makes it worse because it's me. Yes, I do have a hard time singing "Happy Birthday." Oh my gosh! Bert says, "What Mbop by Hanson?" Oh my gosh, dude! When they used to play that nonstop, it used to drive me absolutely nuts. I couldn't. Oh, you know what goes right up there? Mariah. I love Christmas songs. Those are probably one of the few songs that I can listen to over and over and over. But Mariah Carey's Christmas song that she has, which I can't even remember the title of it, but I wish that song would just never come back. Every time that song comes out, I want to run out of a store screaming.
Hey, Casey, can you hear me now?
Yeah, sure can.
I'm just wondering whether this can become something like the Rocky Horror Picture Show, because that particular movie played for like 28 years in my city, every Saturday night at midnight.
Mm.
Like, just a specific theater may choose to play it, like, on an ongoing basis. Like, just, a theme that people show up to.
It's possible. It's very, very possible. I mean, these fans are absolutely loving it. So it's really possible. Oh my gosh, CPE just did it. And all I want for Christmas is you. No, no. It's my kryptonite. I could sing Christmas songs in June. I love Christmas songs in June. Because no, you haven't heard them in 6 months, So I love, or I guess 5 months really technically, but I mean, I love Christmas songs in June. Haven't heard them for a while. Oh no. Okay, this is.
Santa baby, just slip a sickle under the tree for me.
It's still a little too early. We got another month or so before we can really start playing that kind of stuff. Pirateborn, I'm not aware of anything that's changed in the back of the Big Tramp. Breacher's here, Sensor Content's here, Thorbladed's here.
Yeah, you lost me on sound for a while. I made a whole bunch of very brilliant comments, and nobody could hear me.
I have had a little bit of a problem with internet this morning. Let me take you guys over to the other page here real quick, because maybe I can. I mean, that shouldn't be a problem on my end though. Like that should be a Discord server problem. That shouldn't be me. Anybody want to take bets that the reason we're stalled out on price right now is waiting for the numbers to come out? As soon as the numbers
Are those like the KC numbers or
no. The worldwide numbers from AMC for the Eras tour. Like I feel like the minute we start seeing this pop, we should immediately start looking for some kind of news to come through that basically, like, you know, numbers hit or numbers didn't hit expectations or whatever. Pirate, I didn't do it. I swear I didn't do anything, man. Let me just check something real quick here. I see a message from you. Let me. Okay, so you said you got... Oh, this is the same thing that was happening to you last week. Are you on your computer or your... You were having problems on Friday last week. So this is... I will never ever try to get you to watch one of my shared screens again. Your computer can't take it. Go back into the back of the Big Tramp real quick for me, so that I can see you in there, so I can see if there's something going on with your status. I'll wait and watch for you. Meanwhile, I'm gonna take. Oh, there he is. Is that him? Okay. Hold on a second. Okay, you are not server muted or deafened. But I do see that your microphone is showing as off. So my only suggestion to you is to try that user settings. He's woken on the side of evil today. Go to the user settings, try clicking on that. Go to the voice and video and try changing your input or output devices. I would change the input device. Just change it. It doesn't matter what it is. Just change it to something else and then change it right back again to what it should be and then save it. Just try it. You never know. Sometimes I've had to do that in the past where I had to just toggle it and it started working. Still nothing. I don't know, man. All right. We'll move on to the numbers. Take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the Big Tramp back up on the screen again. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, concerns until you see that. Let's take a look at what we got going on. Oh, Bruno's snorting over there. Oh, now he's growling. He's snorting and growling. All right, starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, we'd expect to see about 54%. No, wait. Yeah, 49% going through off exchange. EDGX to be somewhere between 11 and 12%. Let's see what we got going on here. We got 52.82% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 9.52. The combined total on that 62.34%, or about 2.34% higher than I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 3,707 shares going through that exchange, nothing unusually large. And on GME, CHX volume for the day today is at 597 shares, also nothing unusually large as of yet. Taking a look at Ortex, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 745,000 shares borrowed for the day today. It's now 61,000 shares. That's going to drop the short-term interest of the free float a little bit to 7.63%. Cost per hour mins at 1.3, average 1.49, and max is 1.9. Shares on loan for the day today is at 21.32 million shares. That's 1.12 million shares less on loan today than there was yesterday. That is, Ortex is estimating that 257,000 of that was in closed short interest. And taking a look at the options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today has been at a $9 strike an hour ago, with approximately 4.2 thousand contracts. Now our highest amount of volume for call contracts is a $10 strike. That is up $10 or $1 from an hour ago, and there's currently 4.4 thousand contracts. On puts, highest amount of volume as a $9 strike. An hour ago there were 7.5 thousand contracts. There's now 8.5. And market's now suggesting the price is going to close somewhere between $9 and $10 by the end of the day today. MMRI sitting at 310.10. It was 311.86 an hour ago. Writing down the new number, 310.08. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. AMC is on the list with a 70.05% buy to 29.95% sell ratio, looking really good. And I do not see GME on here, likely due to low volume. SSR is tripped from Friday's triggering of SSR. It would trip again today if we hit $8.55. Shares available to borrow sitting at 3.4 million shares. No changes. Mainly just ETFs being returned, and fees are currently at 0.9%. NASDAQ is up 1.2, Dow Jones is up 1.22, and the SP 500 is up 1.24. We have 4,257 advancers to 1,733 advancers. The market is more advancing now than it was an hour ago. It's cooking with bacon grease because it's looking hot and tasty. Who knows how much longer that's going to last. Big bank movers for the day today. Anything plus or minus 2.5% or greater will be a shout out here. We have, let's see here. FRC is down 9.8. Silvergate is down 13.27. PacWest is up 3.1. Western Alliance up 3.57. The Douche Bank is up 2.93. Zion Bank is up 2.78. Charles Schwab is up 6.2. And that's the biggest of the movers. Ethereum Classic is up 2.17% and consolidating. The US dollar is down 0.3 and starting to trend down now. I think. Hold on a second. Maybe not. I mean, it's definitely trending down, but yeah, it's trending down. Oil is currently breaking even, starting to trend back up, breaking the downtrend. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.44 to 0.47 and starting to trend very slightly up. SPY is up 1.27 and trending up. VIX is currently down 8.9 and trending down. VBR is up 1.85, trending up. VB is up 1.7, trending up. Tesla is up 0.86, trending up. Amazon is up 1.6 and consolidating. Cinemark is down 2.5, consolidating. Doge is up 1.32, consolidating. Bitcoin is up 3.57 and on a slight trend up. GME is down 4.83, trending down. HYMC is up 3.07, trending up. NCMI is up 0.65 and consolidating. And Hood is up 1.48 and on a trend up. AMC is down 2.89 and consolidating. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. There's approximately $5.7 million more outflow than inflow. 9.47 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 99 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 37.3 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 20 and 40 million, so we're already within that range. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 37.8, which is below average. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 27.44, which is signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 33.88, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence in the vortex indicator currently occurring, RSI at 42.38, which is below average. And it does look like AMC is breaking to the bottom side here. Starting a trend back down here. We'll see if we find another bounce off of $9.06. We are touching the Bollinger Band to the bottom side, which usually means price is going to return back to the simple moving average. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are saying again. And I yield the rest of my time back to the back of the big tramp.
Bullshit. 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 Bullshit.
Tech says, do you think the box office mojo will put up better estimates for the weekend tonight? Kind of weird how they had to estimate for 21 movies and just happened to leave out Taylor Swift. I think they're waiting on numbers to be released. They're basing it off of the numbers that were released last week, and that's all they had to go off of.
Yeah, it's actually up to the distributor to release the numbers. So they're not going off of like numbers they're making up for the other movies. The distributors have reported.
Right. So it'll be on AMC's time.
And he's taking his time.
Well, I mean, here's part of the problem. His direct competitors are people he has to collect information from, right? They could be very, very slow in reporting data to him. That could be part of the problem. If all the rest of the theater chains aren't playing nice and they're just dragging their heels on reporting of data, then there's nothing he can do. Which, if you think about it, if that the normal situation is that all the box office numbers are probably reported on a very efficient period of time due to the fact that it benefits the theater chains to put that information out as soon as possible. In this particular case, they're probably not incentivized to try and push out the numbers very quickly. So
I think you're getting to the point of what I was just about to make, Casey, is them putting the numbers out because they'd be sour about AMC, but that would just be hurting themselves.
I mean, people are going to go see the movie one way or the other, right?
I would think.
Yeah.
But you want to show that your company's doing well just because your company's doing well because another company helped you get there.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know.
That's like a chip company saying, we're not going to put out our numbers just because the Apple phone went up. I get it, but I don't get it.
We have some breaking news here. Hold on a second. Why is it showing that? Hold on a second. I think I've got something screwed up here. Hold on. My page is all jacked up right now because I screwed something up earlier. Hold on a second. There we go. Took a minute. Jeez. I know. Are you making fun of me?
I'm giving you time.
Let's see here. Oh yeah, breaking news. I forgot about that part. I started to get into the breaking news. We have breaking news here. We just found out. I just got a message showing a potential reason for why Pirate's having problems. Pirate, if you're watching, can you tell me, is this your computer setup over here? If this is your computer setup, I think we could probably help fix your problem. I have 0 internet connection. That's awesome. There we go.
Oh, we hear you.